Yo, 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 let's start today's stream, which will hopefully be more than about grass. And good morning, Sudo and Geralt. Early bird catches the worm, or whatever the saying is. So, I'm starting to feel okay with this grass. Like I said it multiple times yesterday, it's at an acceptable state now. This is not, like, visually and performance-wise, this is nothing I like worry about showing up. What's up, Render Goblin? Yeah, it's interesting, but it's pretty we're pretty early in development. This grass is using how much GPU performance? Pretty damn much. Pretty damn much. But I'm on a 1080 at the moment, and we're pushing out 115 FPS in the Unity editor, so not too bad. But I was just about to say that for now we're gonna leave this grass. It's in an acceptable state, and we can do some minor adjustment and improvements in the future. But I want to do some I want to start today with some additional changes or improvements to the grass. Like just continue the cleaning up I didn't get to finish yesterday. And hopefully, and I want to do one test as well. But hopefully when we have that in place, we're going to move on to the next task, which is going to be a custom terrain generation solution. And I'm looking forward to it. I don't know that much about terrain generation or like how to represent it, but so it's going to be an adventure, but it will be doable. Yeah, it's a pretty nice grass. Yeah, I can full screen it. If you look for it, you can probably find some artifacts. And one thing, the thing that bothers me the most with the grass right now, which I really want to fix in the future, is the minor popping you can see. So you can see some popping here, and that's just when you go from low detailed grass to high detailed grass. But yeah, like it's pretty performant. So, nature of the beast, LOD blending is tough. Yeah, like I had 2 sessions last week, I think it was, like a total of 6 hours maybe, where we tried to, like, we know how to do it, but got stuck on one of these subtasks, so it's still going to be on the to-do list. Is the grass visual essential to your project vision? Yes, it is. Like, so think about this game as a Tamagotchi-like game. I don't know if you have played Viva Pinata, but it's going to be like Viva Pinata is one of my favorite games. So you're playing a character, and you take care of a garden, or it's more of a park. And depending on how you take care of it and how you change it visually, different creatures want to come and live in your garden. So this grass is going to be a pretty essential part. So if the majority of your garden is short grass, you're gonna attract one type of creatures. If the majority of your garden is tall grass, you're gonna attract a different type of creature. If you don't have any grass, you're gonna attract one type, and on it goes. So yeah, I would say it's essential. Okay, let's see. So yesterday we started converting procedural grass to procedural grass light. GK, good morning. How are you doing today? One sec. Just need to blow my nose. Damn it, I think I have a virus in my body, so we'll see how today's stream goes. Sore throat, runny nose, sucks. I see, essential component, very interesting, it looks fantastic. Thank you, Rando Goblin, appreciate it. The goal is to be able to optimize it quite a lot more, but like for now, the performance is good enough for now, but we'll see how it works together with the volumetric clouds and stuff like that later on. But so yesterday we started going from procedural grass to procedural grass light, so cleaning up and removing various things we don't need here. And during this phase I wasn't hoping on being able to optimize it too much, but we actually found one thing that we always knew affected the performance, but not we didn't know how big the impact actually was, and it has to do with this one. So the max vertex count definition for the geometry shader. And so here you pretty much specify, and this is set in stone. This is like set at compile time, so you can't have a dynamic value within here, which is unfortunate. But this one pretty much defines what is the maximum number of vertices that this geometry shader will output. And previously we had 16 here, not a too big of a value. We choose 16 because 16 would allow us to have roughly a grass subdivision of 6, which means that each grass would be 7 in quads, I think, or actually 5, so each grass straw would consist of 6 quads, which was a little bit overkill. You get nice enough grass with 5 quads or even lower. But like this also, like the lower the value you have here, the more the geometry shader can be parallelized. The smaller the value you have here, the more of the geometry shader can be done in parallel, basically. So the first thing we're going to do today is we're going to create some shader variants here. So like I said, this is not a value you can do dynamically. You have to state it at compile time, but we can use shader features to we can compile one shader variant here where the maximum vertex count here is, I don't know, or where the max grass subdivision is 2, and one where the max grass subdivision is 5, and then we can work with that. So we have one shader that has less quads per grass, or less maximum number of quads per grass straw, and one that has more. And maybe we can use this by doing some LOD magic on the CPU. We'll see. So this is the classic case of switching, it's gonna cost us more in memory because we have more shader variants, but it's hopefully gonna run a little bit quicker. Well, you don't really want to get anywhere near max vertex count anyway. Are you simulating individual blades or patches? Yeah, so max vertex count, you definitely want to get as close as possible to whatever you define here, because you want to make, you pretty much allocate how much you need with this text. So the closer you are to what you define here, the better, because then you use the closer you are to this value, the closer you are to the full potential of your geometry shader. But if you go lower, there's still a little bit of a performance gain. So for instance, we base quads per grass blade here between like when we're closer to the camera we use more quads, and if we're further away we use less quads. But like this means that if we're close to the camera we will output exactly this many vertices. If we're further away we will output a little bit less. But yeah, so before I implement some shader variants, I also want to try and do, because actually let me just dive a little bit deeper on this subject before we start doing changes. So what I was thinking is that we're gonna get to terrain generation later today, hopefully. And when you do terrain, you usually do it in patches. So you split up the terrain in big quads that are subdivided basically. So what I was thinking is, so let's say we have this terrain, but it actually consists of what is it? 9 patches like this. For this patch you use a grass shader because okay, assuming that the character is located here, so for this patch you use a shader, a variant of this shader that has a high value here, and for these ones you use a shader that has a less value here, and then you can even make it, you can go one step further. So for this one maybe you use grass shaders that don't even have a geometry shader, maybe you just colorize the grass, and then you switch the materials of these depending on the distance to the character. For this one, however, like doing this together with the dynamic optimization we have in the grass shader itself, we might be able to push this up to way more FPS here. My familiarity with the issue came from deciding how large my terrain patch needs to be. I went with 16 × 16 at the moment, but may move to 32. So are you working with Unity? And if so, are you using the Unity terrain? Or do you have your own custom solution? So, custom engine as well, C++ and OpenGL, very interesting. Very interesting. How was it to implement the terrain? Like the custom terrain solution, do you have any nice write-ups that helped you out, or have you done any nice like white paper-ish yeah, sure. Steam links, YouTube links, Imgur links, it's all acceptable. Because the plan is to hopefully, depending on how I feel and the progress we have with the grass, is to start doing a custom terrain solution in Unity. We're not gonna do a custom game engine, but a custom terrain solution at least. Clip map method. Alright, let me just write that down. Everything helps. So first of all, we're gonna remove texture-based proportions, no single separate. Like, this is a nice flag to have when we work with this one, but in our light version, we want the light version to be more performant and less riddled with shit we don't need. So texture-based proportions separates, we're gonna remove this one. No single separate. So now to the question, light specular color. We don't use specular color for this, and I don't think I ever would want to use specular color for this. Not for the stylized grass, at least, not for procedural grass. Ooh, one sec though. One sec though. We might want to use it when it's raining. So let's just experiment a little bit with how it looks. It's a method where you read height map values in a vertex shader. Terrain basically surrounds the player and stays consistent. It's not like a typical world transform. Yeah. Sounds pretty straightforward. I'm dying to do my own terrain as well. It will be a nice learning experience, I think. Let's see here, light specular color. How does the grass actually look when we have a specular value as well? Let's go with a specular color white. Oh, that's rough. Let's put smoothness at do we actually have any difference here? We can see. Yeah, it looked like it was frozen indeed. Okay, so this specular solution is probably not going to use it anyway. It doesn't look that good. You can see it. Let's see here. Here we have it a little bit here on some grass straws here. You can see it as small, very small. But actually, okay. So if we skip it on the ground plane, it might look not too bad. Like, look at this. It looks a little bit wetter, right? Yes, grass has normals. Yeah, I'm just wondering if... Exactly, so yeah, if we remove it from the underlying plane, so we skip this. But I wonder, like... 2.3, way too much. So the idea was, like, I don't know how needed this is. What's up, Mechasonis? How are you doing today? Like, the idea was to use the... So you probably only want specular highlights on your grass when it's wet, you know, when it's smooth. And I think there exists better ways to do it than a straightforward Blin Fong specular. There's probably a better way to do it than this, I think. I'm not a very big fan of the visuals we get from this, to be honest. Actually, I just got one more idea when it comes to the grass I want to fix, or I want to add. Possible optimizations. Multiple shader variants. With various max vertex count, but let's put it in one of these. Possible, and then I have some possible improved visuals. I want to try base shadow intensity alpha on distance to ground. So it's just like we can see here that the shadow that the player casts and that the grass casts on the other grass blades, it's not very visible, and that is because, like, making it more visible, like, improves the visuals, but it also makes the grass less stylized and more realistic. But I wonder if we want to base this on, so the closer we are to the ground, with the shadow here, the lower shadow value we have, because I think that will help. It will keep it stylized at the top of the grass straws, but it will also highlight the ambient occlusion effect even more when we get shadow that is darker closer to the ground, where it's populated more by grass straw. So I just want to experiment with it. That setting will be helpful if you want to establish a range of dry versus healthy grass. Healthy, well-watered grass will have a Fresnel and sheen. Dry and dying, not so much. Yes, definitely. I agree 100%. But the question is using This method, the best way to get this effect. Like, I think the visuals can be improved quite a lot, actually. Wonder if you can do... Okay, so the alpha doesn't really... It doesn't really affect it. Let's take a look at that, because if we could lower the alpha a tiny bit, it might be... It might be good. It's a subtle... Yeah, that's true. Like 0.9. You could drop this grass in any game as it is right now, and the average player in game will be impressed or not notice it at all. Yeah. Okay, let's keep... I get it. Let's keep this solution within, like, keep it here. I want to see if I can make the... Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and get the alpha to affect it as well. Specular 0. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, that explains it. I think we want the alpha here. I want to try if we can get a different result. I want to try and see how it looks if we can make the alpha play a part as well. But I also want to put in improve visuals. Improve specular color. Maybe try different algorithm. Yeah. Thank you, Run the Goblin. I appreciate it. Okay, I like it. But let's see here. Let's see if we can get the alpha to work. So if we have a value of 0.5, and then we do instead of here we just do, I wonder if it can cast it. So specular, calculate Blinfong. What do we do? Grass, specular color, RGB. Why do we only send in that one? So let's do float 4. And I think I want to rename this one specular color as well. Make it a little bit clear. We change it to float 4. We send in the full value. And we do this. Oh yeah, we need to change it here as well. Sup, Robert Pattinson, killing it daily. Yes, indeed. Okay, can we... the alpha still doesn't play a huge part here. Let's see if we can do some magic ourselves. So I wonder... lighting specular. This is a Unity method. I wonder if it probably doesn't even use the alpha channel here. Visual scope of your project is not like grounded. If your character was tiny and the grass huge on the screen, then the extra refined. Yeah. Yeah, well... let's put it this way. I'm a perfectionist. I try to work on myself. That's a extremely weird link. Could you send it on Imgur instead? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit of a nervous person when it comes to weird links, you know. And yeah, I know about Grounded. I watched some reviews. We were thinking if I were going to play it or not. Never got around to playing it though. Yeah, I know what you mean with Grounded. Let's take a look. So you're meaning that I'm putting as much detail into the grass as if it was being rendered from this point of view? Look at those specular highlights. Yeah, I'm a perfectionist. Perfectionist. I'm trying to work on it, but you know, it's hard. We're soon done with this grass. Let's see here. Specular color. We have light plus light specular color. Let's try and do... Why do I even send it in here if we're just doing grass specular color? Yeah, let's clean it up. And we put it here instead. And then I wonder if I want to do .a multiplied with this one. But that will... we're just working with float 3 here. That's true. Half 3. There we go. Now we have more control over the specular highlights. So if we go with this one, we can now control the alpha of it. Oh, I think that's good. Maybe this will improve it a bit. 0.2. So what happens if we have a smoothness of 0.95? 9. It's just a bit more subtle. Almost invisible now though. Ooh, here we go. So this could probably sell as a wet grass effect, right? Extremely small specular highlights. We're gonna have to remove it on the plane underneath though. But what if some modder decides to make a free camera? I gotta prepare for that. Yeah. But yeah, I know you're right. I think this wet effect is way more like it's there. It's a little bit better, a little bit improved. Yeah, we're gonna fix the ground here. We're gonna fix this one because this is ugly. Although I wonder. It looks healthy or like a variant species of grass, not wet. Yeah, that might be true. Let's see if we have some variable. So we don't want it for the ground plane, but we do want it for the grass straws. Do we have anything that like... I don't think we have any variable right now that makes it possible to differ a geometry shader output that is part of the ground compared to the grass straw. We had it previously, but I removed it because I thought we weren't going to use it. Fog factor. Position clip space. I don't think we can use position clip space. We can't use position in world space. Oh, here we have it. Normal world. Maybe. I don't think we can use this either. But you're doing that anime style, so I see the conundrum. Wet grass accumulates droplets and bright sparkle. Yeah, that's true. We're gonna have some sparkling grass when it's wet. Get that anime feel in there. Imagine how many chickens could be fed with all those grass blades. Yes, indeed. I don't think we can use color either. We could probably use color. Do a comparison there, because if we do... And it's a float 4 actually. So... no, we can't. I think we're gonna have to pack an additional information here. We could probably use the alpha of color actually. I don't think that one is used for anything. So this is the ground, the underlying plane. This is grass straws. So we could use color alpha here, I think. So we could do... Let's see, what do we do with color then? And then we sample the color from the texture. Oh, actually, here. Yeah, we just use RGB here. So let's do... grass smoothness. Let's try and if we can just do, because I'm reluctant to adding an additional data that we send through, or like the less data the better. So we could do output.color.a is equal to 0.0 here. And here we do output.color.a is equal to 1.0. So alpha is 1 if it's a grass blade, alpha is 0 if it's not, and then we can do, when we do grass smoothness here, albedo yeah, we just use, actually, color is float 3. So if we do, let's see here, albedo, where do we use it? We use it here, here, and here. So let's do albedo is equal to float 4. So we just do input.color. Actually, I don't even know why we're saving this one. Let's just do input.color.rgb, 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 but then we do, when we do grass smoothness here, we should be able to do .a multiplied by that one. Right? You have to add gameplay and animation for the character to take a moment and crouch down and touch grass. Yes, that is actually a great idea for an idle animation, you know. So when the player hasn't provided any input for a while, you just make the character crouch down and touch grass, quote unquote touch grass. Terrain will replace the ground plane, so you don't need it at all, right? Don't need what? So the idea is the mesh is going to be generated by a terrain system, and then we're going to add grass on top of that. I haven't really decided on how the communication there will be, but we'll see. But first of all, let's see if this works. Okay, it does not. This is very unfortunate, to be honest. So grass smoothness here doesn't seem to, or actually this one. Okay. Ooh, what we also want to do is it's here we want to multiply it. So let's just do it like this. Input.color.a, and then we do float specular multiplier, and then we take this one and multiply it here as well. So we have specular multiplier grass specular color.a times light specular color, and that's the final specular color we get. So now we don't have it on the ground anymore, but we do have it on grass blades, I think. Yeah, we do. You can see it here. Let's make it a bit more visible so you can see it here. That's very nice. And we did it without adding additional data, so that's beautiful. Yeah, I don't think we couldn't use, I mean. So this is probably how we're gonna do it. We're gonna pack it into the grass color data. But we can't use clip space or position world space because the terrain is not going to be flat. We're gonna support terrain or terraforming as well. So the player will actually be able to decide like how flat the ground will be in the garden. So that's also one more constraint to the terrain solution we're going to implement later today or in the coming weeks. Like, we need it to be extremely fast in terraforming. So you want to be able to alter it. I'm okay with it not being real time. We can hide a lot of the terraforming with some nice animations and stuff like that. But I want it to be quick, you know. Leo Edits, what up? Good morning, how are you doing today? Local space on the grass itself before the transform. That is true. So that's basically what we're doing. I don't think we're actually working with object space this far down in the shader pipeline. Now we work with object space in the vertex shader, and then we skip it completely. So I think we transfer it to world space and clip space. And that's actually true. Position clip space. Yeah, so when we move on from the vertex shader, we don't work with object space anymore. Only world space, tangent space, or clip space. And all of those are dependent on terrain height, right? So yeah, if it was in local space, it could make it work. But I mean, this is a good way to do it as well. So in the geometry shader, we pretty much use two different functions here. We use generate geometry shader output value and generate geometry shader output grass value. This one is used to so the input to the geometry shader is a triangle. This method is used to just push that triangle onwards, basically. We transform world space to clip space, we safe normalize a few things, calculate a world space normal, do some tiny things, and then we set output color A to 0 as well. So this one tells our fragment shader that this is part of the plane, and this one tells us that this is part of the grass straw. So I think this works. Yeah, I think this highlight we can see is pretty nice. Damn, my nose is killing me. I have to run AFK just for a few seconds now and then. Hopefully it's okay. Good morning, E-Dragon. Okay, so this is a very, very subtle specular highlight, and I like it. Okay, let's see. Do we have anything else that we can remove from this shit here? Hmm. Probably nothing more we can do in the fragment shader now if we're gonna keep the specular color. It's pretty nicely calculated. Although light mode universal forward. Unity light mode universal forward. I'm wondering. I just want to try one thing real quick. So if we add create shader, unlit shader, test. Render type opaque. Okay, we just omit the light type, the light mode, but if you do not set it, uses the SRP default unlit. Okay, I wonder, like, by having universal forward here, are we doing, like, we calculate all the lighting ourselves. By setting universal forward, are we adding some extra calculations to this? I don't know, but I want to try, see if we get some difference if we change the light mode. You might be able to optimize out red and blue values and have a fixed range of green, or did you already do that? Yeah, I could probably do that. So what that would do is... So what you're meaning is we could... this is actually something that might be interesting. So right now our geometry shader outputs a float for color value here. And you're meaning that we could... We do some color calculations in the geometry shader, we do. But if we can move all that to the fragment shader, we could switch this one from a float 4 to just a float value. And I mean, that's less data. The question is, how much does it affect it? There's a massive amount of packing I can do. Yeah, probably is. Probably is. First of all, we could probably change... Position world space. Like, I wonder, you could do half 4 here, for instance. There's probably a lot of stuff we can do here to just crank out that small extra performance, definitely. Definitely. Okay, I'm starting to like this looks like it's starting to become more than acceptable right now. I really like these the little shine we added. But okay, let's see here. I was about to do something. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, I want to try light mode. Let's remove that tag. Let's see what happens. Oh, light mode Shadowcaster. We want to keep that one, definitely. But okay, let's see. Procedural glass color tags, nothing. And light mode. Yeah, there's no difference really, right? So I can probably just omit it. Since you're animating, I wouldn't go much further than half. Yeah, I'm a little bit afraid of what happens when you start representing positions with halves, if it's even possible. Color, I get. Domain shader output. Although it looks a little bit ugly if we keep it like this here, we don't have any tags. Can you remove the tags? Fully remove it, what happens then? Okay, nothing, good. Okay, so fragment is pretty much completely done. Half floats should be fine for those values. Maybe we should do a shader variant that uses half instead of floats. See what kind of performance difference we have. I want to add a task. Possible optimizations. Represent majority. How do you spell that in English? Majority. Is that it? How you spell it? That feels weird. Yeah, we're sampling 3 textures, I think. 1 weather texture, 1 one-dimensional grass color texture, and 1. Actually, one sec. I'm gonna show you. We can simplify one of those texture reads. Represent majority of shader variables with half x instead of float x. Can you name it like this? So instead of doing, so this can be nothing, but it can also be, we should use wildcard. Can we just do star? That's a bit clearer, I think. Looks like a pointer though, but whatever. So actually, let's also pack the shader variables in a more optimized way. So pack, like, is it possible to push two variables into one variable and so on? We'll see. But so that's a good point. So we are reading 1, 2 and 3 textures in the shader. One is a wind texture, but this one is going to be replaced by a weather texture. So it's pretty much telling us in which direction the wind blows and by what speed and so on. And then we have a grass proportion texture as well. So that is, we can decide how tall grass should be at certain places, how dense, how wide, and things like that. Maybe not dense, but how wide and stuff like that. This one is also going to be replaced in the future, but like, even though we replace this one and this one, they are going to be replaced by other textures. It's just that this one is going to be replaced by a texture generated by a weather system, and this one is going to be replaced by a texture that the terrain holds, but that the player alters, you know. So it's going to be replaced by a texture that defines grass properties, but the player has decided those properties, right? So for instance, the player has decided at this spot in the terrain it will be short grass, at this spot it will be tall grass, and that's what this texture will represent. What's up, Brandon? Long time no see indeed. How's the progress? It's going pretty well. You can see this. It's a pretty nice grass here, isn't it? Yeah, I would say it's going pretty damn good. How about you? How have you been? But so what I was going to say with these textures, the color texture of the grass here is a gradient, but right now our gradient only consists of 2 color values, right? So we should be able to represent this by just 2 color inputs to the shader, which means that we have 1 less texture read. It's implemented this way because we wanted to support grass like this, like with multiple different colors previously, but that's not something we want to do, not for the stylized one at least. Pseudo better than real grass. I appreciate it, I appreciate it. I've been struggling in studying. I'm gonna prepare for the most important exam in my life. Oh, damn. That sounds anxiety inducing, but I wish you the best of luck in both the preparation and on the actual exam. So, can replace this texture with 2 color properties. The question is, will it be better? Hopefully it will, I think. Let's try it. But that means, let's see here. I want to make some changes to grass proportion, wind texture generator and such first. I want to do, yeah, let's change it like this. So we have a ground component here. Basically what this one does right now is it holds a set of texture generators, and then it pairs these texture being generated to, so it sets the textures in the shader. I want to clean this up a bit so we can skip these strings and just let them be within these generators instead. I think that's a better way to do it. Coming this year end, not much time left then. So the exam is not until this year, the end of this year, Brandon? That's plenty of time, if that's the case. So I want to clean this up by going to the gradient texture generator, and I also want to go to the, so this is more like Perlin noise texture generator. This is more like just making this a little bit prettier, I suppose. Perlin noise coordinates. So texture specification, texture properties. Let's add a serialized field. Private string texture name. I wonder here if what's the cleanest way to do it. Should we add a maybe we should do it like this. Perlin noise texture generator. So I'm thinking of doing something like public void set. Let's see here. Instantiate or pair texture with material, maybe, or pair link texture to material, or link texture in material. And then we do material. If material does not exist, return. But we also do, if it does, we do material dot set texture, and here we do texture name and noise. Actually, what is it called? Noise texture. And then we want to do something similar in the gradient texture generator. So probably gonna merge those, create a base texture generator class and 2 subclasses, because we have some duplicated functionality. But I'm gonna wait 1 sec with that. So now we have a link texture in material here. We want it here as well. Private string what was it? Texture name, and then we just do this, and it's not called noise texture here, it's called gradient texture. Okay, so then in our ground class we can skip these. and we just do do we need to check null on that one as well? That's true. Fuck it. So instead of all of this, we do then we can clean this up even more. We don't have to be as specific as this. We can do it in for loops, but I don't want to fuck with these right now because I don't want anything to visually change with the grass as of now. So let's add to do convert into array instead. Thank you, Render Goblin. Let's see, Brandon. There's a lot to learn, yet the time for us to learn is just not enough. Even teachers have to rush the syllabus. Yeah, that sounds like a pain, my man. But hopefully, it will end well in the end. What's up, Cooler SK? The grass madness. Yes, indeed. But it do feel like we're converging towards non-madness. We're getting less and less mad by the day, I would say. So I wanted to do dot set dot link texture in material ground render dot shared material. Is that what we're going with? And then we do something similar here and here and here and here and here. So we do let's just copy this and do like this. So we do this instead. That's prettier, right? Yes, Brandon, I wish you good luck. I wish you good luck. A decreasing grassing. Let's see. Are you okay with me pulling it up on stream? Render Goblin. I wonder if my Steam will open up though. I want to avoid that, so let's check. Let's see here. Storm. So Medusa Frontier. Oh, nice. My Steam is not here. Accept all, I suppose. Love it. Nice. How long have you been working on this one? And how much functionality do you have in place right now? So you can gather resources. Have you like what is the word I'm looking for? Can you create stuff, build stuff? A building system in place as of now? The trailer isn't hype designed. What you see in the trailer covers all the function I have at the moment. Okay. Ah, there we go. So build system. Like it's very Rust inspired, isn't it? But I guess a lot of things are these days. Rust is an amazing game. Yeah, maybe make it a little bit like, but like it's a trailer. Are you serious? That it's not inspired by Rust at all? But I mean, if it's a trailer that is gonna highlight the different functionality that is in place in this early access, then I don't know, maybe this is the correct speed. I don't have much experience with that, but nice. And there appears to be some kind of vehicle. Yes, indeed. We had or something, or you mean this red one? Ah, there we go. Okay, so you actually have quite a lot of functionality in it already. Very nice. And this is all done in your custom game engine. That's impressive. C++ and OpenGL, that's hella impressive. It's a good gameplay showcase, but not a good trailer. Yeah, indeed. No outside libraries or engines other than a small sound library. What? For how long have you been developing this game engine? That's insane if you ask me. About 2 or 3 weeks ago I did an overhaul to GL 4.5. If you look at other games, they have a trailer around 1 minute long. That's the game industry standard nowadays. Yeah, that's true. But like, it feels like you need to have one of those trailers, and then for an early access game especially, you do need something to showcase the functionality so far, I would say. But yeah, impressive. Creating own game engine is so cool. Yeah, I agree. 100%. It's insane. What's up, Yova? I have no idea what you're saying. Yeah, I chose to make this trailer kind of boring so that it's presenting an honest state of the game instead of cinematic hype. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we have this right now because I haven't added the names here, so let's do that real quick. Did I create a prefab out of this, by the way? Prefabs environment. No, I did not. Okay, but let's do grass colorized gradient. So that's this one. And then grass proportion texture is this one, and finally wind texture is this one. There we go, and we're back. That sounds good, Render Goblin. And yeah, right now the apparel system is runtime only, basically. Yes, we have different. We're gonna have an apparel system, and was that an adventure implementing how that worked and trying to minimize clipping? But we actually do have a lot of different apparel here, so different hats and clothes and stuff like that, and some of them still clip, but most of them is pretty good. So if we take a look at the shoes here, like we can do the character here, and we have apparel handler. He's currently wearing a hat, shorts, sweaters, socks and sneakers, and we can, right now it's only done during runtime, so we can actually make, let's just remove the sneakers, so now he will only have the socks. And yeah, I'm a big fan of character customization, stuff like that, like, so I wanted to support it. Turned out to be, I mean, it's always a question of which constraints you put on your system, and I wanted to put as few constraints as possible on this apparel system, so it was a pain to implement. But we have something pretty good in in place right now. Yeah, exactly. We'll see about the hopefully we can avoid microtransactions, and it's gonna be purely a single player game, at least in the beginning. But okay, let's see. It feels like so this we can remove now, and we do the materials like this instead. And so now the question is, if we replace one of the textures with 2 colors instead, what will the result be? So the idea is to, it's not a very big texture, so it's this gradient here, and we just generate it with a 128 pixel width and a 2 height. Wrap mode mirror, however, that's pretty good to have. I wonder how one would represent that. So if you choose to do this with 2 colors instead, you want to lerp between the 2 colors, but when you go above 1 or below 0, you want to mirror it. Yeah, right now the game is like a walking simulator in a... it's not very endless right now. So it's just a walking simulator on a plane of grass. Make it endless, yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it when we have the terrain in place. We need that overwhelming feel of doom. I think this is pretty scary as well, right? Okay, so can I replace this gradient texture with 2 colors if we want to have a mirror? I have no idea actually. HLSL lerp mirror wrap? I have no idea. Actually, HLSL lerp. I ran out of games to try my 4016. Hey! What boasting. Very nice. So what games have you tried so far, Cooler SK? One of the reasons I made my own engine was to make sure the carrot cannot fall off the world. Yeah, like when you have an infinite plane that you run around on, then you need to start thinking about like floating point precision errors. So at some point you're gonna have to translate both the player, camera and the plane back to 0, you know? But yeah. Modef. Okay, cool. But we could just do mod, I suppose. Like we want the value to go from 0 to 1 to 0 to 1 to 0, back and forth. Ooh, sinus. The fuck? Of course. Let's see here. But if we're gonna use this one, yeah, let's try what's the most. That's true. You may use modular if you want it to be linear. But so basically what we want to do is we want to mimic how wrap mode mirror, like we read this texture using a coordinate t, which is between, or actually that goes from 0 to 1 point something at most, and if it's above 1 we mirror this texture, and if it's below 0 we mirror the texture. And we want to do something similar here as well. Could you just do, so if it's below 0 you could just do negate it. If it's above 1 you could do 1 minus, or could you do that? Yeah, 1 minus and negate it, right? Or no, 1 minus the rest, and that's it. Nice to hear, Cooler SK, but like, is when you say your computer is struggling with Helldivers 2, that must be because of the CPU then, I guess, or something else other than the 4060, because I'm currently I've played some Helldivers with a 1080 and it runs pretty damn good actually. Oh, by the way, Render Goblin, did I miss your engine had 256 kilometers times 256 kilometer maps? That's pretty insane. Let's see if we get some performance boost by doing it with 2 colors instead of a texture read. So around 1.8. So instead we want to do procedural grass light, grass proportion texture, it's this one we want to replace. Do I need to do if I want to give this an honest test, I'm probably gonna have to procedural grass light shader. Let's What's up, Cynic? How are you doing today? And thank you so much for the sub, appreciate it. 3 months already, indeed. Time runs. Thank you once again. The problem with Helldivers 2 is it runs fine until stuff goes down and there's enemies everywhere. There are also fog and rain and all of the explosions, and then frame rate is not having fun anymore. Yeah, I get it. But a 4060? Yeah. Are you a fan or not, Cynic? I kind of want to get you started on Helldivers 2 right now. It's a Swedish pride, isn't it? It's a Swedish studio behind it, isn't it? Or am I think it is. Or is it? I got an RTX 4060 and it runs on 40 FPS. Can't play it. What the hell? One sec. I need to do some research here. 4060. What kind of memory do you have on that one? Is it 8 gigabytes? I guess it varies depending on there should but I wonder if it's a graphic card memory issue. But 1080. What do I have? Standard. Because I'm playing Helldivers with a 1080 and I think it runs pretty well. I'm gonna have to come back with you at exactly what FPS I'm pushing on it, but yeah, but because just before you entered the chat, Cynic, Cooler SK was talking about Helldivers and a 4060 and it not running that good. So now we have a pool of 2 players playing Helldivers with a 4060 and not getting good performance. Have you seen how Helldiver 1 looks like? Yes, I have. Helldivers 1 was like a top-down massive amount of enemies kind of game, right? Like what the new Deep Rock Galactic is today. But have you been to real fight? Yes, man, I have. Yeah, it looks like kind of ARPG. Yeah, top-down, yeah. Okay, so I want to make an honest, quick test if I gain some performance by using 2 color floats or 2 color properties or 2 color variables instead of a texture. Like texture reads are costly. The question is, how costly are they? So I want to test this. I want to be able to test this quick. So we're gonna do this, I think. We're gonna take this plane here, we're gonna duplicate it. On the second plane here, we're going to remove this one, I think. Admittedly, my 4060 is not running at full power. I've yet to upgrade the motherboard. That might have something to do with it. And do I need to duplicate? Yeah, let's do it. Let's try and make as a ground simple. I want to make a good test if it's possible. So ground simple. we change this one to ground simple. And for ground simple, I don't want a grass color texture, so let's remove those two. It's just as good, but in a different way. I've been enjoying my time in Helldivers 2. Never played Helldivers 1 though. Mechazonis, isn't there a ping pong function in Unity? So you mean like a ping pong like Sinus but linear. It should be mathf.pingpong, but we need it in HLSL. So let's check it. I want to try and play it again, the super weird thing. I don't know if I have the same issue as Cooler, but when I lower the graphics I get lower FPS. Higher settings, higher FPS. Damn! Yeah, that's weird indeed. What's up, Cypher, by the way? I'm starting to wonder if, like, Helldivers 2 is a pretty CPU heavy game, isn't it? I wonder if that is the bottleneck. Okay, let's see here. So I want to change to ground 2. Let's copy the. Can I copy this one? Ah, beautiful. Very nice. Okay, and let's take this one as well. Okay, so now we have a ground simple. Let's remove this one. And right now we have a procedural grass stylized light. I pretty much want to create one more lighter. Let's try it. I just want to do a very rough test, basically. Lighter. What's the material name here? Procedural grass stylized light. And lighter material. There we go. Okay, so the idea is, let's see. In lighter we don't have a grass proportion texture. No, actually we don't have a grass colorized gradient. Instead we have two color properties. Oops. And this is where we use it. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Mechazonis. Yeah, let's try that solution. Very nice. Yeah, like there's always a threshold when you start researching if you're gonna upgrade your computer, and like at some point you always come to the conclusion that I might as just buy a new computer, or at least that's my experience. Morning. Okay, so let's replace these with color. Where did we have it? Grass color properties. Let's do grass color 1. One. 1. Oops. 2. And then we go down to here. And then we go down to here. So sample texture 2 LOD. UV color. So this one. UV color is actually T color, maybe it should be. So we want to do something like, let's see, float for color is equal to lerp between color, grass color 1, grass color 2, and UV color. But this is where we need to use the ping pong function. What's up, Fabic? How are you doing today? Grass color 1, grass color 2, UV color. Okay, so let's see. Mechazonis. Where do we have it? Abs. Oh, Jesus, that's a long function. Let's take a look at this one. It's something similar we want to use, but maybe we don't want to do time. So abs, frac, time, times speed. So this one is, what you're telling me is that this is a ping pong function. So it's like sinus, but linear, right? But abs, frac. So let's see here. Frac takes the fractional part. Abs makes it positive, minus 0.5. So this one does. So let's see that we do UV color here. UV color is between roughly minus 0.5 and 1.5. So if we have minus 0.5, we do frac, we get 0.5. Actually, do we get... We get 0.5, right? I need to double check that. Minus 0.5 gives us 1. Frac HLSL. A triangle wave, they say. Yeah, I like the sound of that one. Well, I need to wander off a bit. It's great to meet you, Rockadoodle. Likewise, Render Goblin, likewise. And thank you. Thank you. And have a great rest of the day. So the fractional part of the x parameter. So it should be if, let's see here. Exactly, beautiful. So triangle wave function. You certainly don't need it to see what is between 0 and 1. Yeah, that's true. I don't need... Actually, let's see here. But... we need to do some offset. We can't just do that. Let's see. So this is the value they want on the x-axis. I want UV color because, okay, let's see. UV color can be equal to, let's see, minus 0.5 UV color and 1.5. This is roughly the values UV color is, and we want it to be like, we want this variable to mirror. So when we go, so if we have a value of 1.2, we actually want it to be 0.8. That's what we do. Good luck on the stand-up, Cypher. Appreciate it, Render Goblin, appreciate it. Did I see that you had a variable height now for the grass? Variation height, or whatever it's called. Yeah, we have it for all the proportions, actually. Yeah. So like, we have, first of all, we have random width, random height, random rotation, random bend, and random stiffness. So we calculate totally random values here between bounds, but then we also have a texture containing proportion multipliers. So it's pretty much a texture that says on this part there should be taller grass, on this part it should be lower grass, or on this part it should be wider grass, on this part it should be lower grass. Right now this is just a Perlin noise texture, which it might be visible, but in the future it's going to be defined by the player, or that's the idea at least. So I think it's visible if we do, let's see here, grass proportion texture, and here we can change this. Is this one actually? Yeah. So it's just a Perlin noise texture that says that here it should be a little bit taller grass, here it should be lower. Yeah, I think it's pretty nice. Adds a lot of life to it. Instead of having something like, let's see here, plain, instead of having something like this, or okay, this might be a bit too small, but yeah, you get it. Having a, like this looks like a very good taken care of lawn, but that might not be what you want to go for, so you might want to have some variation like this. Okay, so back to this ping pong. You certainly don't want 0.5. We need something. So the idea is that if UV color is 1.5, we want it to or if UV color is 1.2, we want it to translate to 0.8. So right now, if it's 1.2, we get 0.2 minus 0.5, which gives us 0.7, and then we do the absolute of that one, which gives us 0.7, and magnitude, we don't need that one. But so it's close, but no cigar. Although, or am I? Is this? No, it should be this. Like we want the value to go up to 1 and then down to 0, and up to 1 and down to 0. So I wonder if it rings a bell when I see this one. It looks like something that should result in a zigzag function, triangle wave. I just don't get why not. And if we have a value of like minus 0.2 should result in 0.2. Like the most straightforward way to do this would be to do, so we calculate UV color and then we check if UV color is less than 0, we do UV color is equal to minus UV color. Else, if UV color is bigger than 1, we do UV color is equal to 1 minus 1 minus frac of UV color. Very similar, just a tiny bit off, right? And yeah, this should be, we should be able to display it in a function like this. What happens if we have minus 0.5 here, then we get 0.5. Wait, actually. Okay, so if we have minus 0.2 here, we get minus 0.2, we get 1.2, and we're off. (1.2, 0.2). Oh, no, actually. Okay, so if we have 1.2, we get 0.2 here, then minus 0.5. That leaves us with minus 0.3. Then we do abs, so we get 0.3 here. This seems like it's a. This seems more like it's a. I'm probably slow and tired here, but like instead of being a function like this one seems to be like a function of this. So you have a sawtooth function, right? We want to get this, but we get this. So minus 0.2 gives 0.2. Does it give to frac keep the minus? 7. Yeah, so this is what we want to get. This seems to be what we get. Right? Or am I miscalculating stuff? It wouldn't be the first time. triangle function. Triangular function. Does it have to be solved with linear sinus function? That's basically what we want, right? Oops, it's sine function, right? Oh, Taylor series. Damn, this brings me back. Oh, I remember this. Damn. So maybe we need to do let's implement it with branching and see if we get better performance anyway. So if UV color is less than, or actually, do we want to do? We might just want to do. Yeah, let's do UV color is equal to, and here we check if UV color is bigger than 1.0. If so, we do 1 minus frac of UV color. Otherwise, we just do abs UV color. So then it's not an if, else, if, else. Then it's just an if, else. Almost 8k Swedish crowns. Damn, the PC part prices are depressing these days, isn't it? But 8,000, that must be one hell of an upgrade. Do it indeed, do it. So if we have a value of 1.2 here, we get, if it's bigger than 1, yes it is, so we get this, we do 1.2, so 1.8, or no, 1.2, so 0.8, and that's the correct. If it's minus 0.2, it's not bigger than this, we get this, so just 0.2, great. $5K for CPU, 3K-ish for motherboard and RAM. CPU, motherboard and RAM, that's almost a new PC. Yeah, E-Dragon, that is definitely true. Like, the actual value most of us get out from PC related stuff is insane. So I like to compare like how much it costs for me going to a concert, and for like that experience is often very short, while like, and usually way more expensive than a new PC game, and I usually spend like, what is it, 100 times more time on the game. So PC parts and games has a very high or low price per enjoyment hour. Then I can donate my old parts to my girlfriend. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I'm soon going to justify buying a new computer by, like, I want to give my son a new computer, so, but like that action justifies me getting a new computer, so I can give him my old computer. Soon. Okay, let's try this, see how it looks. So we want to get the same result as previous. So we want to get the same result as if we use a texture. But hopefully a little bit quicker. I don't know if it will be though, but yeah. Let's try it. Oh no. 5.8. Oops, yeah, not double question mark, but this. GeoGebra.org. I'm a little bit afraid of clicking that link, to be honest. I think we're gonna remove that link. I like better safe than sorry, right? I don't know what that is. It's safe. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, we have a democracy here, a managed democracy. So yeah, no, I know. GeoGebra. I've never heard about it. We used it in uni. I just used Wolfram Alpha. Is it similar to Wolfram Alpha? GeoGebra, maybe I've seen it around. No, I'm a big fan of math. It's just I haven't heard about Desmos either. Like, is it? I've heard about Wolfram Alpha. Let's say I'm gonna take both your and Mekasoni's word for this. Oh, beautiful. Here we go. I like the look of this one. E-Dragon text return this year was good as well. Nice, congratulations, man. Same here, I think. Yes, this is pretty much exactly what we want. So 1 minus the absolute of x minus 1. That's great. I want to let's run the quick tests for this one. So it should be let's see, abs 1 minus abs UV color minus 1. Was it that? So if we have 1.2 here, we get 0.2 here. And then we get 0.8. That's nice. If we have minus 0.2 here, we get minus 1.2, 1.2, 1 minus 1.2, 0.2 abs up. This seems to be it, at least it passes the 2 test cases I have. That's good. Let's try it. The question though is what's quicker? Frac abs, branch frac abs, or abs abs? Probably abs. Like the minus 0.5 and 1.5 was It might not be entirely true though. We basically need it between let's see. It should be okay. Let's see. We basically need it between, so it's dependent on a variable here. It's dependent on let's take a look. It's dependent on grass color macro to micro ratio. So I think we're fucked. Yeah, I think we're fucked. So we actually need it, in this case we need it between minus 0.715. So it's always going to be, oh damn, that's unfortunate. So I'm sorry for just dragging 0.5 like randomly. We need it to be between, so this is 1 point grass micro to micro. So this is what we need it to be between, basically. And this one is between 0 and 1, so it's actually between minus 1 and 1. But actually, yeah, so if this is 1, we get 0, 1. 1 sec. That's okay, right? Or if this is 1 is 2, we get 2 minus 1, 1, 1 minus 1, 0. But that's correct. 1.8 minus 1. 0.8, 0.2. What the fuck, this, but this does work for, doesn't it? Not according to this though, but UV color can be between minus 2 and 2. And we want to transfer it back to between 0 and 1. No, actually it can be between 2 and minus 1, I think. Minus 1, minus 1, minus 2. Oh yeah. So negative values sucks. Okay, so for now let's go back to UV color. I don't even know if this, like, this is just a small, very small optimization we're doing here. I don't even know if it's worth it in the end. UV color. Okay, let's try this one. See if it works and if we have some performance gain. So plane 64, this one or actually I'm gonna leave on a little bit of a cliffhanger. I need to go AFK for like 1 minute, so be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So, like, the whole point of this is that we do interpolation between two float 4s instead of doing a texture read. Like, we're gonna get rid of one texture read. Like, I don't even know if that will be, like, give a noticeable improvement in frames per second. And the test we're gonna do is extremely crude, so we're just gonna have two different planes with two different shaders, and we're just gonna like run with one, check the result, and then run with the other one and check the result. Like the FPS counter here. Because it all comes down to this. So like, how many colors do you want to use to be able to represent your grass? In this case, with this stylized grass here, we just need 2 colors. So we don't really need a gradient texture, I don't think. We can just do the lerp ourselves in the shader. And that's what we're trying to do here. So this is the old plane with procedural grass stylized light material and ground, which generates 3 textures, and with a grass light here. The other one has a ground simple with just 2 generations of textures. We have procedural grass stylized lighter material, and same here, so procedural grass lighter shader. And we need to set these two colors to be equal to these two, and we should be able to we should be good to go. So grass color 1 is equal to this, and grass color 2 is equal to this. Everything else is exactly the same. One uses a gradient texture and one uses two colors. So they should look the same. We could do profiler as well, but I don't know. I don't care about memory, I care about rendering. There we go. Don't we have something time related here? You will sell or share this game when it will be. Yeah. I'm gonna sell it, but to be honest with you, that's quite far into the future, I think. Like, everything can change, you know, but the current plan is to I want to get a like vertical slice in place, and from that we can hopefully do a very like early access product and then just go from there. Okay, let's see. So oops. Yeah, that's one thing we need to keep in mind as well. That's true. So around 110, I don't think we should be seeing that much of a difference. It does look exactly the same though, that's good. this... Okay, so one optimization thing I wanted to try out today as well with the grass is to divide it into patches and optimize it, like, let's see, so right now we base the denseness of the grass and the quads per grass blade on distance from camera, but we still only use one grass material. If we patch up the ground and we have one shader that has less of a max vertex count, like if we split up this one into patches and optimize the patches further away, like we might get more FPS, because something like if we enable both of these planes, now we have two planes this big, and we still have a pretty good FPS actually. I don't know, I'm just rambling at this point. Modding Minecraft, you've been working on the grass for a long time. Yes, I have. Very observant of you. Yeah, it might have come. Yeah, it was a little bit passive aggressive, that's true. I'm sorry. But I also want to release this grass as like open source on GitHub, and I don't want to release a shit product, even though it's open source and free. And this is like the worst performance test I've ever done. Like this is... It's such a tiny part that it's probably not even noticeable in the FPS, although I do so wonder, like, this right here, like doing this instead of a texture read should be better, right? It should be quicker. The less textures we work with, the better, I think. Okay, let's do this. In the light version, let's go with this, and in the other one we don't. Okay, so but then again, nah, let's keep the color gradient texture for now. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, but I do want to simplify or improve the visuals of, or improve the implementation of this one, I think. Set texture in material, I think I want to... Yeah, I might as well. I'm thinking about creating a texture generator base class, and I'm gonna do a Perlin noise texture generator and a gradient texture generator. Why not? Or we don't need subclasses or anything like that. We just do it as a let's see here. We do it as an enum and a simple if statement. But we need different setups, that's true. Okay, let's wait with that one for now, because we're gonna need a custom UI editor script to properly visualize them as well. Okay, so removing this one, or yeah, removing this texture read. Probably, or most likely, doesn't increase the performance that much, any noticeable at least. But we reduce the functionality of the colorization quite a lot. And I think I want to keep it mostly because I want to be able to represent the grass during different seasons, not only summer. And a quick way to do it then is to just like change the gradient. Alright, Mechazonis, appreciate it. We'll probably still be online if nothing unforeseen happens. Okay, so I think how does winter grass look? I was about to say, but it does, doesn't it? You still have grass under the snow, don't you? Like dead, dark, greenish grass. You can have grass that survives the winter, right? That's a better question. I don't know. But I do know that I want to make some snow as well. That would be very nice. Okay, so we can always thin this shader out even more, but for now I think I'm happy where it's at. You'd make that YouTube performance guy mad? Yeah, probably. I think we're gonna skip this one as well, doing this minimum between grass and max. Like, yeah. Okay, so one last thing I want to try is I want to add a pre-compile or a pre-compile flag for this here, max vertex count. That sounds like something I would do, actually. I'm not even going to try and deny it. Okay. We should be able to do if blah blah here. And so pretty much want to do Jason the Iron, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So I want to add some pre-compile flags here to my shader. So we want to create a maybe 2 or 3 variants where this is different. But what I'm thinking is that we also have this dynamic grass subdivision here, so distance to camera. Quads per grass blade camera distance bounds. The upper bound here is very dependent on this. So it can be smaller than this, but then we're pretty much telling our geometry shader, or we're pretty much making our geometry shader, we build it for more data processing than it actually uses, which is unoptimized. So the question is, can we use this one? Because this one is also going to be a pre-compile thing. Actually, we're gonna put, we're not gonna have the if else down here. We're going to have we should be able to have them. Can you have them here? maybe. Max grass subdivision. If it were possible to have it there, I would rather have it after the includes. Oops. If blah block and if. What can we do else? And if. Nice. Good morning, Harukanan. Morning is a relative state. Morning is a state of mind. Okay, so we want to do shader feature like this. Let's put it here, and we want to call this one I think I want to call it fidelity. Grass fidelity. Or grass. Yeah, let's use it. Grass fidelity low. Grass fidelity medium. And grass high. Yeah. I get it, Sudo, I get it. Oh yeah, Harukanan was going to head for bed early yesterday, but the youngest wanted to have 2 friends for sleepover, so that did not happen. Oh yeah. Wasn't it yesterday you had like, so what is it, two nights of bad sleep then? Or because yesterday you hadn't slept at all, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah, sometimes it's rough. Okay, and then I want it should be under mesh and optimization properties. We should probably have it here, I think. Yes. So something like this. And here we go with grass fidelity. Low, medium, high. Quads per grass blade, camera distance bounce. So this one I think we can do. So we have 1 here. Instead of that, let's go with... So quads per grass blade. This is the maximum number of quads. This is the minimum number of quads. Instead, we're gonna use whatever we define this one to be. So quads per grass blade. 4. Yes. So if it's 1, we have 1 quad. If it's 2, we have 2 quads. Great. So what I want to do is we want to take, instead of using this bounce here, we're going to use this one, I mean. And we're going to replace this one. And we're going to replace it with quads per grass blade. We're going to call this one minimum quads per grass blade. And we're going to make it into a float. And it's going to be 1. And for the upper bound, so the maximum quads per grass blade is going to be decided by grass fidelity, which is going to be a hard-coded value. Yes. So in grass subdivision, I want to rename this one, I think. But whatever. So here we do minimum quads per grass blade, and here we do up here. Let's rename it to maximum quads per grass blade. Just make it clear, and we do it in upper case to signal that it's a constant. Yes. And then we do so change it here, and also here. Oh yeah. Beautiful. And now I just want to implement the different types of this one. Do we have it here, by the way? Okay, so grass fidelity low, medium, high. Right now this one doesn't change anything, I don't think. Great. So actually, what do we do now? Oh yeah. So right now this one is always 5. But we want to do, so if grass fidelity is low, else if, I wanted to say, but what is it? If def, elif, okay. Yeah, if def, elif, and if. In fact, do I want to do, maybe I just want to do high, medium, else, because we do need something here. What's up, Love? Grass looking finer than ever. Thank you, appreciate it. How are you doing? So if we have grass fidelity at high, we have 5 quads at most. If we have medium, we go with 3, and if we have low, we go with 1. Probably want to go with 2 here because 1 looks weird as hell, but whatever. So maximum quads per grass blade. We do use it here, but the most important part is here. So the number of output from the geometry shader, or the maximum number of output from the geometry shader, is based on this one. Let's see if we can get some performance boost by this, or let's see if I'm able to show you the performance boost tied to that value. Do great, thanks. Oh, nice to hear. Yes, same here, same here. I mean, how can I not with this beautiful grass, you know? But let's see. So we're at, when we have grass fidelity at high, we're at around 112 frames per second. If we go to medium here, so at most we represent our grass blades with 3 quads instead of 5, then we get almost, what is it, 15 FPS more, and yeah, we lose some fidelity here, but not that much. You can compare it. So this is high, this is 5 quads. Medium, this is 3 quads. And now and now we're gonna get way more FPS, but we're gonna lose a lot fidelity. I think. Yeah, so now we're at, what is it, 35 more FPS, so way more RGB LEDs, but it also looks like shit. But the idea is that if we tile the terrain, so instead of having one big patch with one material like this, we have 9 patches. The middle one the middle patch, or the patch closest to the character, has a high grass fidelity, and the ones further away has a low grass fidelity. Pretty much. My girlfriend says the grass is Ghibli level. Oof! That is what we're aiming at. That's a good grade. Tell her I said thank you. Thank you, Harukanan. It's starting to take shape. One sec. Okay, so what I want to test now is, let's open up Blender real quick. Ooh, we have a new Blender version, 4.1. Nice. Yep. Let's see here, and let's open up. 'em. We can probably, let's see how this turns out. We can probably optimize it even more. Models prototypes, is that the correct one? Yeah, I think so. Plane 6464. Mm. (64 times 64). That means that I want to divide this one into 9 squares. So each one should be 12. No, what is it? Can you even divide? 64, 20. No, you can't, right? Okay, that sucks. Basically, I'm happy with this, like, density of the squares. I just want to make... let's do... Okay, 64 divided by 3, what do we get? 21. Okay, let's go with 21. Yeah. So let's do... Let's take a plane like this. Or maybe I should go with 4. Nah, let's go with this. And then I want to do... So 21. Can we... Something like that. Is that roughly the same? Roughly. Okay, so what I want to do in game later on is, let's name this one 21x21. A weird number, but so in game then is, I want to take this one, put it in the middle where the character is, and then I want to put 8 similar ones around. The middle one will use the high fidelity grass, and the other ones will use the medium fidelity. And let's see what kind of performance we get. So then it's the size is the same, the number of grass is the same, or grass blades, the number of tessellation, but we use less grass fidelity the further away it is. Let's try it. Oh no, I just noticed that upgrading Blender destroyed my presets here. Oh well, it should be okay. Missing paths. Okay, so let's do create empty, grass test 1. What's up, Meister K? What's up, what's up, what's up? Grass test 2. Here we do a plane 64 by 64, and here we do plane 1212. Oh yeah, we want to scale it a bit as well, so we want to scale it 80 times. I'm working with weird numbers, but okay, this seems to be... Ooh, we haven't even put this to static. I wonder... I do so wonder if that can improve it. Ooh, I want to test. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Number one twice. Are you referring to both founder and bits leader? King. Okay. So, oh no. Oh no. I screwed it up. There's a little bit of a difference here between the plane. Oh, yeah. Okay. Shit happens. Let's see. What do we want to do? I want to take these and move them like this. Okay, so grass test 2 is, do we have overlap here now? Thank you, Fabric. We'll test it because I'm having a big problem here. So, oops. Say if we do V, will it snap? I thought you could use seriously? Is it 35.25? You have to hover above a vertex you want to span. Okay. So we could do. It's still. So if I want this to snap to this one. This is probably as good as it gets, right? 33.5. Fuck it, it's not that important. I'm gonna regret saying that, but I just want to test. Let's go 34 and 34. Famous last words indeed. Look at this. It should snap exactly to the vertex you're hovering. Okay, I do wanna. V for me just displays the gizmo over here. Don't think it does. Oh well, back to the famous last words. Let's just try with this. But before I continue with this one, I want to try one more thing. What kind of performance do we have here? We have 120. No, 118. No, 112. Not the best fan of everything. Ooh, let's see. The runner uses static batching in instanced shaders when the player is active. Instancing is the Okay. Grab the gizmo and move it to the vertex you want to snap. Okay. So this probably doesn't help. Okay. So what you're saying, Fabic, is if I hide this one, I take this one, and we do, let's just try this. It's good to know when. Grab the gizmo. I'm still not entirely sure about this. Press V, grab the gizmo. There we go. Okay. Thank you for explaining. So now it should be, yeah, 53. Okay, beautiful. That took longer than it should. I appreciate it. Beautiful. So the value we were looking for is 53 times 3, repeating, of course. Like that. Yeah, that just shows how bad of a size I chose for this one, since we're still, like, could have chosen a better size for it, get some better values, but this will work. And we also want to static here everything. I'm a little bit worried about this one though. Why are we getting a warning here, but not here? Anyway, let's do. So we have procedural grass stylized light material, and let's duplicate this one and call it 2. The only difference between these two materials is going to be that this one has a grass fidelity of medium. I want to add a box collider here as well. Why can't I see my box collider? Okay. Okay, the box is here. It's just extremely small. But 80 times 80, is that enough? Let's try. 80, 80. Not really. But 160. Yeah, let's go with 160. Fuck my life, doing some diagnostic on HDD. Oh yeah, that sucks. Just put a magnet on it. Right? Shouldn't that do the job? If you want to erase the content. Or what is erase? Isn't that something you can do with old hard drives? Okay, yeah, yeah. It was a joke. It was a joke. What's up, Mechasonis? What are you on now? We're. I want to try. I had this idea that you could optimize this a bit more by doing some additional batching or patching, maybe. I'm just trying it out. We'll see if it works. I'm expecting it's dead though. Oh damn, I'm sorry to hear, man. Hopefully you didn't lose any data. So the idea is to have, instead of having one big plane with a high fidelity grass shader on it, we're gonna go with 9 planes where the middle one, wherever that one is, this one has the high fidelity, the other ones has the medium fidelity. I don't know if this improves it or not, but I want to try. I'm a little bit worried about this, so let's take a look at this. When we add this material, procedural grass stylized light material, we get this warning here. This renderer uses static batching and instant shaders. Nothing lost, just money. Oh yeah, that sucks as well. And check this. Static batching is always better. Yeah, that's true. So this one, enable GPU instancing. Is this not? So if you have static batching, you want to enable it up here and you want to disable this one. But if you want dynamic instancing, then you disable the static here and enable this one down here. Okay, great to know. Okay, we're gonna try it without static batching first of all, I think. So we're gonna disable this one, nothing. We're gonna do the same for all of these. So this one just has this one enabled, and so do these, but let's see. So this one uses the grass material with high fidelity. These will use the grass material with medium fidelity. Although, ooh, that's true. We want to set the materials as well. Now I want an NVMe NAS. Oh yeah, like the noise of spinning drives. I both love and hate it. Like I have in my computer here, I have a, what is it called? I have both a HDD, a SSD, and one of those M2, whatever they are called, NVMe, I guess it is. I never use the hard drive anymore, but when I did use it a lot, it spun so hard my whole computer was pretty much shaking. The good old days, computers making weird noises and rattling around. Okay, so we have a little bit of a problem here. There we go. Okay. So I want to check what kind of performance I get with this setup. Jesus, are we seriously getting worse result for this? Or pretty much exactly the same? Okay, that's good to know. 112, 110. Dude, we get worse result. That's insane. We're pretty much exactly the same. Okay, but what if we take this material and we change it to low grass fidelity? It's probably too far away to actually have any effect on the although it sure looks like, I think I've screwed something else up. Let's see. Okay, that's a little bit of a depressing result, to be honest. Oh well. You live and you learn. I got rid of all my spinning rust in my desktop. Yeah, that's probably for the better. I was hoping we could improve the performance just a tiny bit more today, but that doesn't look to be the case. 113. Whoa, 1 sec. Oh yeah, that's true. We want 2 here, I think. Or one sec. Minimum quads per grass blade. Like, it seems like we're getting grass subdivision bounds. Like, minimum number of quads per grass blade should be 1. So let's see what happens if we have 1 here. So if we have 1 here, if we are extremely far away from the camera, this one will be 1, which will return this one, so 1, and then we round it. So this one should be 1, and then we get 0. So we still draw. We send it in here as well. So that is the question. Grass subdivision. So if this one is 1, this one is 1. Like, I'm wondering why there's something wrong in the implementation, because if we have grass subdivision camera distance bounds here, so between, like, distance from camera between 0 and 10, we should render the quads at maximum fidelity. Between 10 and 51, we should lerp between maximum fidelity and minimum quads per grass blade. After 51, it should always be minimum quads per grass blade. But it looks like minimum, like, if we have the minimum, we don't get any grass blades. Nah, I don't know. Grass subdivision should be 1, so this should be okay. Okay, I don't understand this at all. Lerp. Lerp round. It should be okay. I don't even know if minimum quads per grass blade does anything right now. Doesn't seem to be the case. We just get 0 at all times. That's weird. Okay, so I think this is related to a similar issue we have had before. So if we just do grass subdivision is equal to 1, then it works. But T quads per grass blade. I think it's a... Okay, T quads, if we just set this to 1, i.e. we are extremely far away from the camera, we should be using this subdivision. What happens then? Yeah, that's when we get this issue. So 1, and we take this one, that's when we have an issue. Minimum quads per grass blade is... the fuck? And if we do grass subdivision... float. Float 4. Okay. What if we do integer int nice. So then it should work here as well. And then T quads per grass blade here. Okay, nice, we're back. So now I should be able to do decrease this one by a lot, I think. Okay, so this one is at 51. So this is pretty much when between the distance, or between 10 and 51 meters from the camera, we should interpolate the grass fidelity between the highest and minimum quads per grass blade. Above 51, we should go with the lowest. So I wonder what happens if I put like 30 here. We get a tiny bit of... it looks a little bit difference over there. Not too much, or actually does it? 20. Yeah, it pretty much gives no performance improvement. You can probably go, we can go to 1,000 here. The visual difference is a lot, but whatever. It's starting to be that time where I'm gonna have to decide to be content with what I have. Before I lose too much time on this. Because this one we have now, although like utilizing it in a patching kind of way didn't lead to a better result. The shader looks great. I would improve it more after you have a basic terrain in place. Yeah, Fabic, you're entirely correct. I think that's the best way forward here. Although, so this grass shader has really like awakened the joy of optimizing stuff within me. I knew it was there, I just haven't done this kind of stuff lately. It's like, it's such a big dopamine kick, or whatever the correct term is, when you can make something run X amount of frames per second quicker. It's just an amazing feeling. But right now there really isn't. It's pretty straightforward, semi-boring ways to optimize it. So yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. Yeah, let's do it. Procedural grass light shader. Yeah, I'm gonna clean this up and commit it off stream. To do cleanup, I think it's pretty much. Nah, let's keep it. Okay. Okay, start easy, start small, start simple. So implement simple terrain generation. So what can we start with? Configs why a creature collector. What do you mean? Like, I'm having a very hard time understanding that question. Like, why not a creature collector? If you know what I mean. Implement simple terrain generation. Nah, my answer was mostly a joke. It's like creature collection. Also, like collecting stuff, extremely fun. Creatures / monsters, extremely fun. Viva Pinata, Pokemon. The recent success Palworld, like, it's just a nice genre, you know. Oversaturated? The fuck? Oversaturated? You're crazy, man. Palworld's success should show you that this is a undersaturated market. Right? Yeah, exactly. Palworld is like that. What more proof do you need that this market is undersaturated? Like, it's crazy. And I mean, like, even though it was, like, let's say, just to making conversation, that it was oversaturated, I would still want to make one. Because it's my favorite type of game to play. Jesus, configs. Yeah, name the 5, please. Name the 5, please. And I don't think what made Palworld successful was Pokemon with guns. That's just the wrong way to look at it, I think. Implement simple terrain generation. We want to implement it by implement garden or create I'm not gonna implement it straight off. Create public class garden, implement, or actually create and implement. Do I want to call it garden plot? Maybe I do. Public class garden and public class garden patch. Damn, Mechasonis, that's a great way to put it. And I'm still waiting for the 5 creature collecting game that failed, that were on top of your head. Like, and I'm asking this for, I'm interested. I want to see those 5 games and like maybe even analyze them, like why didn't they succeed, what made them fail, and so on. So I'm not like, I'm asking this because of genuine interest. Okay, so we want to start simple and slow with this one. Create public class garden, create and implement public class garden patch. And then I want to do... there's so many questions and so many different directions I can take with this terrain. Fabric, microtransactions, pay to win. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, Fabric, I'm still waiting for the games, like the games that failed, but Yeah, exactly. I have no idea why they failed. So, like, I guess configs implied that they failed because the market was oversaturated, which might very well be true. I want to see with my own eyes if it is. But yeah, so when it comes to the garden and the terrain generation, there's a lot of different ways to go here. But let's let's make it simple for now. So first of all, like the height, so we're gonna use a height map to generate the terrain, right? But yeah, okay, that's probably correct. I just I was just impressed with the energy, like the way he entered the chat. Extremely confident. Yeah, maybe a bit too pragmatic. Maybe Fabric, maybe. We'll see. Okay, so seeing such great work. Thank you, Fabric, I appreciate it. So, back to this terrain/garden. The reason I want to take it slow is, or one of the reasons, I have so many ideas about the direction I want to go with the implementation of this terrain. First of all, like, we're gonna need to have okay, let's do it like this. Create and implement create method for reading a height map create method for generating terrain from height map. Maybe just start with this. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into this one specifically, and we're going to do it generating terrain from a height map on the CPU. Because Okay, let's put it this way. This terrain, it's not only something visual, it actually affects the gameplay, right? So entities walking around in the garden will have to collide with this terrain in some way. Because we don't want them to fall through the ground. The most straightforward way to do this is to generate the terrain and the mesh on the CPU, because if you generate the mesh on the CPU, you can also use that mesh as a mesh collider. And if you do it that way, you can like rely on Unity's physics implementation to handle the ground collisions and stuff like that. As opposed to doing it the completely opposite way and just generating the visuals of the terrain purely on the GPU. So you basically just have a plane, a quad, and then you send that quad to the GPU, and very similar to our grass shader, we tessellate it and offset the vertices based on the height map. Should be quicker, but if you do it that way, you can't generate a mesh collider at the same time, so you lose that functionality. But when we're working with terrains like this, so this is not terrain that is going to involve caves or things like that. You're basically only going to be able to collide with the terrain either coming from up to down or down to up, like if you're under the terrain, which means that we could actually, like if we wanted to, we could implement a custom ground collision approach where we check collision against the height map itself. Maybe I'm just rambling now. Or we could do a combination of these two things. So for terrain that is close to our player, we generate it on the CPU so we can generate the mesh as well. And for terrain that is far away, we have already generated this because we might have been there before, but we disable it when it's far away and we draw it on the GPU. I don't know. We're gonna have to explore it, but we're gonna start easy. I'm just throwing these different approaches out there. But we're just gonna start easy. So we're gonna create a garden component and a garden patch. A garden is going to consist of X patches, and each patch here is going to be its own terrain patch basically. And we're gonna generate them all even though we're close or far away from the patch. Just a simple start to it. But before I do that, I just need to run AFK real quick, so be right back a couple of minutes. back. Oh, Catboy King. Love the name, by the way. Thank you for the bits. And I'm gonna assume that Ghibli is something positive. So thank you very much. So let's start by creating this garden patch. Just put it in the middle. It's gonna be nothing from the start, and we generate a mesh on startup. Yeah. Let's do we need a mesh filter because we're going to render a mesh, and we need a mesh renderer because we're going to render a mesh. I know, like, at the end of the day, we're probably gonna arrive at something where we have, but mostly I have reinvented the wheel, you know. But I think this will be a very good learning experience, and we can hopefully figure out some different ways to optimize this that is specific for our use case. Or that's what I hope, at least. Worst case scenario, it's just a very good learning experience to do this. Oops. And it feels absolutely wonderful to write C# again. I do love HLSL, but sometimes you just need some variation, you know? Okay, that's the boilerplate down. Let's do serialize field, vector2, dimension, maybe. And do I want to call vector2 resolution? Dimension in world space, so 1010 translates to 10 meters times 10 meters. Resolution, the number of vertices representing this garden patch, basically, in each direction. So resolution 10 10 times 10 means that we have, oh, is it 100 vertices? And once again, it's no. Yeah, that's the most important part. And do we want to calculate step first? Yeah, maybe we do. So vector 2 step is equal to resolution, no, dimension divided by what happens if we do it like this? Like, what is the overload implementation of vector 2 divided by vector 2? Can we get this? So it doesn't even exist. Okay, maybe I should have checked that first of all. Let's take a look. Dimension 10, 10, and 2, 2. Fuck, we're gonna get a lot of prints here. $21. 5, 5. Oh, I should have done a better test. So 4. 10 divided by 2, 10 divided by 4. 5, 2.5. That's pretty much exactly what I wanted. Okay. Like if this would work the same way Division does, then this should work, right? Oh, this is pretty recently. Let's see, 2024. Okay, so this might be specifically for Vector 2. Or it probably is. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Alright, Mechasonis, thank you for stopping by and have a great rest of the day. Vector 2 times Vector 2 operator in Unity version 2018. I'm pretty much just deriving or extrapolating that, like, whatever goes for Vector 2 multiplied by Vector 2 also goes for division here. Yeah, I'm on Epsilon Delta's side here. I don't understand why the aggressive tone here. Okay. Geometric product. Can we... Okay. Jesus. Jesus. Okay, but it seems to work for vector 2 cases at least, so we can do this. Feels a bit weird. But let's continue with that one. So then we have the step. Although we should need to do zero. We're going to resolution.x. Fuck, do I want to do? If we just keep it like this and we calculate the coordinates like point is equal to, and we do x as I multiplied by step.x, 0, and j multiplied by step.y. Then we get points from 0 up to resolution -1. We don't get one for resolution x, so we get a little bit of an offset, right? Or in other terms, we get one at, if we have a dimension of 10, we get points at 0 up to 9, right? Yeah, so if resolution is 10, we go up to I is equal to 9. So we should probably do, I wonder if we can do -1 like this, or let's go minus vector 2.1. But if resolution is yeah, but it's probably something like this you want to do, right? let's just try it, see how it looks. So yeah, let's do points. And here we do points is equal to, actually I want this one to be an array. So new this resolution times .x times resolution.y. Have I forgot how to... Isn't it like this? Ah, okay. Let's do a cast like this then. And then we do points. Okay, there might be preferable if we work with integer here instead, but I thought we had vector2 in Unity. Maybe we don't, like vector2 int, I mean, Unity. Oh, it's vector2 int. Damn. Okay, so now to the question is, yeah, like this seems to be implemented here as well. Do we need to do int? And then we don't need to cast this one. Okay, is this correct, or am I... Yeah, probably okay. So let's just do a private void draw gizmos. Yeah, let's see what we get. Nothing. Or 10 and 0, that's true. Let's go resolution 10 and 10. Yeah, 10 meters, is that too much? Actually, we did, so each sphere is, what is it, 2 centimeters? Yeah, let's just go with 1 meter then. So 1 times 1. I'm really starting to enjoy this grass, actually. Do we have any points here somewhere? Did I screw it up? Probably screwed it up. Fuming Max, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Garden Patch, why won't you draw? Or, no, it's not this one. I thought that as well first, Fabic, but they show for my character at least. So we have this Gizmo, we have this Gizmo. 1, 1, 10, 10. $100. Are you at the origin? I think we are. Yes. Probably just made some simple mistakes. This looks pretty alright, doesn't it? Start, we generate them and then we draw gizmos. Why is this one... Oh, why is this one unused? Hat, or what is it called? Hair. On draw gizmos, yes. That's what it should be, right? Thank you, appreciate it. There we go. Okay, nice. So now to the big question, do we want to offset this one? Oh, it's perfect as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times 10 points. And we have a dimension of 1. But like we do it in this direction, we might want to center it as well. Oh, I missed a spicy message that got deleted. It wasn't a very spicy one, it was just a bot. Or I guess it was, but like it was just someone marketing a way for me to get famous by purchasing viewers. I think it was. I would never. So we want an additional offset, I guess. It's always a... Yes, we do. Like if we position this one at 0, 0, 0, we want... Like the generated mesh, we want... Like when we generate a mesh using 100 vertices, we want that mesh to have an origin at 0, 0, 0 in object space, so we do want to center these. Yeah, I wouldn't really say that that is the only way, Cypher, but it's definitely a good way. according to my analytics. Actually, I'm too afraid. Like, listen, let me put it this way. I'm too afraid of showing the YouTube chat on stream because of Twitch simulcasting rules. Like, just with information like that, it should tell you everything you need to know about me, that like the probability of me purchasing viewers, right? Jesus, I would never dare, never, not even with gravel. Okay, so this is nice. We just want to offset it a tiny bit as well, so we get it in object space. So we want to offset it by half the dimension, right? So, and I like it so that the first point is at minus minus in coordinates. So it's something like step, and let's do vector 2 offset is equal to dimension divided by 2 times vector 2 dot 1, but we should be able to just do divided by 2, right? There we go. And then we can do point is equal to this, but we also do offset. Ooh, but we want this one to be vector 3. And I like to multiply more than divide. So let's go with 0.5 and 0.0 and 0.5. Damn, I'm not used at all to writing C# code now. Have not had an ad today, none at all, or just not FRA/NATO. Be careful what you wish for. None at all, okay. Nice. So this should be it, I think. The question is, might wanna, what? Ooh, on-draw gizmos. Should be able to get rid of this one like this. Going under the radar for now. Is that a very cool way of saying that you are in lurk mode? Or am I misunderstanding something? Yeah. Okay, the offset was in the wrong direction. Yeah, one of those two. Okay, I get it. So we want to do a minus here as well. What is the best way to do it? Do we want to do it here? Or do we want to do, let's do minus here. That's pretty. Okay, as you might notice, we're doing this in baby steps, very small steps here. Oh no. Just the way I like it. Okay, so this is the start of our very nice terrain system. So what do we have now? We have 10 points being generated. Okay, so let's do this. Fuck, I don't have that much more time today. Would have loved to yeah, maybe let's see if we can get the mesh generation in place at least. So we need to generate, so what we're generating here, the points, that's basically the vertices. So maybe we should rename this one vertices. That's a little bit of a prettier name. And let's rename this one vertex. Vertices, vertex. And so we generate the vertices, and then we want to generate the indices as well. So right now we have the points making up the triangles. Now we need to tell the mesh in what order, like in what order. Oh, is it called? Let's see. In what order the triangles are made up, basically, or in which order the vertices makes up a triangle. Is mesh filter dot mesh dot triangles. Ooh, is that the yes, of course. Fuck, I thought they had indices. That's something else. Yeah, triangles fabric, that's correct. Triangles. And let's see if I remember here. What is it? Resolution X times resolution Y. Four res X res Y times X. Or times 6. Thank you, appreciate it. Should let's see. So resolution. So we should be able to do vertices times length times 6. But is that it? I don't doubt it. I'm just trying to make it make sense in my head, you know. So if we have a resolution of 4, 2, then we have 6 triangles. 1, 2, 3. 3 per quad, that's 6. 12, 18. 6 times 4 times 2. That Am I messing something up here? Okay, let's just say that we have these 3 quads, which means that we have a resolution of 4 times 2. And we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 triangles, and each triangle needs 3 indices. 12. Or isn't it 3? This is 8, 3. Does it add up? How am I settling the points? Right now I'm setting the points. We do it like this. So we're going or actually yeah. So this is my y and this is my x. We're going row wise, right? So I is actually the number of rows. Okay. Unfortunately, it's that time of the day again. Like, I'm probably a little bit too tired for this right now, or that's what I'm going to blame this on at least. But I also have to run now. But I will just leave this as is and just pick it up right at this point tomorrow again. Hopefully with some more energy and speed, but like still productive day. So what is it tomorrow? Is it Friday? So yeah, I will probably continue this terrain stuff for the next couple of weeks. But now I have to run. You have to res x -1 res 1. Yeah, I'm gonna save that Fabic and use it tomorrow. Appreciate it. Because now I need to run. So as always, thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I will see you then. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.